You're right. But hello, everybody. How are you all doing? Hope your day is going good. Hello, Moki. Hello, Psych. Thank you. Thank you for the 14-month Psych. Hello. One day I'll get it right. Anyway. Okay. So I think I've forgotten most of what's happening. But since we ended at a transitional stage, more than likely it'll do a little recap for us. Because they expect people to have taken a break at that moment. So let me see, let me get it all open. Also, I find it very interesting, we were just like casually talking about Skullgirls last week, and now there's like that big update for Skullgirls. Yeah. Moki, I have the Valley Girl redeem. You don't have enough for that, but this, like, let me see. I don't think it was that expensive. I thought it was the same price. Oh wait, no, it's 5 times the amount. That's right. But you can't yell at me. Okay. Okay. Well, then I don't know how long to do it for, because then I don't know if I should do it in the same 5 minutes. Maybe it's just 1 minute. That seems fair, right? It's a 5th of the cost, so it's a 5th of the time. Okay. I'll have it set for 1 minute. You get a little extra. But yes. Okay. Okay, start okay, let me... Okay, let me do this real fast. Just watch it be like a cutscene in the beginning. Or just, you know, take a whole minute to load. That's fine too. Okay, there we go. I'm sleepy. No. I have considered the defense's counsel request for a further summonation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So counsel, you will now proceed with your second summonation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you to now state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. That was perfect. That was a perfect amount of time. We are, my lord. Okay, let's see. Let's see who has conflicting emotions here. The accused left behind evidence of the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Well, oh,
Hi, Billy Mays here to tell you all about the world's #1 pastel dragon, Xephoria. This dragon not only sings, laughs, and cries, but also starts streams completely muted. Call now and we'll throw in a fresh ELF absolutely free. A wow wow wow.
A wow wow wow. I love how it sounded like it cut off. Just wow wow. Throw in a fresh elf. Wait. I don't know. It's the one of the default voices. Oh, maybe the threshold was 100 bits. I'm sorry, Moki. It's been a while since I've set that up. I could double check it. How do I double check it again for that setting? I will check that real fast. I think I broke it. Did I not set it? What? Okay, let me check for you, Moki. I am so sorry. Let me check. Oh, this isn't the right link. Do you use Streamlabs? Yeah, I think so. Well, let me see. Like Stinky Labs. Well, I use OBS, but I think it goes through Streamlabs for a bunch of stuff. I'm checking. Is it? Wait, is it Stream Elements or is this a different one? I have no idea. It might. Whereas I'm so good. I'm so good at stream. I just start stream and I'm like, ah, I'm dragging. No, don't download desktop thing. No, get away. I just want to log into the website. I wanted to see what my threshold was. What I'm saying is that Twitch itself doesn't have that option. It's whatever your stream program is. Okay. Well, it's OBS, but like, bits. Message enable. No, amount to show. Yeah. How do I have it make those sounds? Oh, enable. Oh, I'm gonna bring that down to actually 100 bits. I had it at 500 bits, but I have changed it back to just 100. And I have saved it. I will double make sure to save it. Make it 10 bits. I'll make it 50 bits. Just for today. I'll bring it back up to 100 bits, but yeah, make it at least 50, yeah. Okay. We're on a big old discount today. I'm just add TTS your sound alerts. Maybe. But don't they just have one voice? I don't know. Maybe after stream. But anyway, I've lowered the price. No, it's got a couple. Okay. But does it have the Justin voice? Okay. Anyway. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. What is this, a sex stream? So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene, and moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during the summonation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking, this might be hard.
But no, Mr. Nuttaho, though, you have to do this, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends.
Ugh, no pressure, then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summonation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summonation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Okay. I like how the couple is still back there. It's like they don't really need to be. I'm gonna get food today. I don't know, cause you did send me what $19.99, so I could maybe. Although it might be a good. I don't know. I'll have to see. What are you getting? If anything, probably Taco Bell. Let's see, the accused left behind evidence. So... I feel like the wording might keep me from pitting these two together. So I might have to press them all to get extra information from at least one of them. Taco Baco, yeah. Okay, let's press on everybody, because I know the last summonation examination had like 2 things that only came up when we pressed. What is it? Oh. Moki, do you consent to that? But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when that happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. Psyche's being cute. It's usually when you or Lisa are in here. What I want from Taco Baco? I'd probably get my usual thing, which is just like the put your own box. Hello, Lisa. Objection, I demand. I know nugs, my lord. Let's see. Okay, so we'll press yours thing. So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such a delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place?
My goodness.
You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme. Very metropolitan, rational woman, would you say, right? Especially the heckin', like, you forget it by tea time, so then why read it at all? I want to bring Moki a cupcake and call him cute. Oh, that'd be cute, but... Wait, what? What do you mean? I can grab you and pick you up, Moki. What are you gonna do about it? No, no mod fighting. And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. You have no spare me about it. Oh my gosh. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd only be too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you admitted rational there.
Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate.
Yes, today is very, is very lively.
Okay, let me get my sippy. Okay. Yee, monkey's boy. Want Dutch Bros? Oh, maybe. If you're in the area. I'll take, oh gosh, what is it? I think it's the Frost that doesn't have coffee. Not at the moment. Oh, okay. Boy's cute, yeah. The Frost is the, thing, like the frozen cocoa. I think so. It's like, I usually get the unicorn blood. This is casually run. Yeah, it was one time. Was it during? I'm trying to remember if it was during a stream or not. Because I cannot remember. See, even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Yeah, I would. I still feel bad. Because, like, I would say so. We are not gonna go through this trial. Mookie will remember this. Fair enough. But what about the possibility that the window was open? Whoops, let me pull my other hand down. What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. But how can you be so sure? The prospector fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? I try my best. I'm just cute and lovely. That's all there is about me. I zone out during a hangout sometimes. That's a fun fact. This guy. Yeah, I remember that. He was like really dramatic and like pointed. It was like, I have you. I have you. Man, I miss going to cons. Such simpler times. Yeah, I cosplayed as Shiny Umbreon. I've cosplayed a few things.
I'm like trying to go through everything. I've cosplayed Deidara from Naruto. I cosplayed a companion cube in the Shiny Umbreon. I cosplayed as Grell, and Stalking from Penny and Stalking. I cosplayed as Flandre and Russia. No, the Umbreon was like a tank top and a pleated skirt that I made. And some the ears, and I'm pretty sure I would have made a tail too. I was going talking about my folks were so weird. Yeah. I at one point would want to like redo my Flandre cosplay because like for like the wings I was like I have no idea what to do. I'm just gonna make the little like crystal things out of heckin' like construction paper. And then it rained because of course. They were like, you don't get to walk about in drag. And I was like, no. No, I don't even... I think the cosplay would probably still be at my mom's, but I would imagine it does not fit me anymore. The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. I'm still want to drive race cars more than likely. But she's just gotta... I don't know cars that much, so I don't know. She has the little... her car has one of those like little like car tail things that you usually see on race cars, so she's probably like living through that. Yeah, I don't know what a car is either. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of even having windows? Huh? What's the point of having a window if you can't open the thing? Counsel, you would kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. So it might be from your statement, I would assume? But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. I'm playing with fire to betray a fiery love, isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garadeb. Never you mind that. The point is, we're just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garadeb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. I'm trying to think. I think I also... I'm like trying to remember about my Umbreon cosplay, but I think I also had like the arm warmers and leg warmers. Like, you know, very Miku-esque looking ones. I'm thinking at least, so that way I was able to have like the little circles that are on Umbreon's legs. I think that's what I did. It would make sense for me to have done that. Okay, let's press you. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both. Both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reedies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about. You know, she can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day was, well... Do you know... It's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. B will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Okay, so I'm getting the feeling that I have to present for a few of these. Really want to go to a con now or a Ren Fair. I haven't been to a Ren Fair in forever. This is random, but in the new WoW expansion, there's a bronze dragon that shows the human form of a blonde tan Tauren, and he's so cute and handsome. That's cute. Oh, he has little glasses. That is cute. That's heckin' cute. Been to a bunch of Ren Fairs. They're lovely, right? They're very fun. I always love seeing the vendors at Ren Fairs and like all the just different cosplays and stuff. It's always very fun. But yeah, I think it's been like a really long time since the last time I went. Like I don't even remember like the like the year. But like I remember, I think I got like a tail and then also some like steampunk goggles. Never been to a Ren Fair. We don't have too many around here. I feel like the last time I looked, it was just like in one of the bigger cities or something. Maybe I didn't look at the right place. Because I remember the ones that we got were like not that far away. I'm like trying to like make sure not to like pinpoint our location. But it's just like, yeah, I don't think I can say more without accidentally. Let's see. Wanna dress a cute adventure outfit? Yeah, that'd be so cute. I think like, I don't even know if I dressed up at the last Ren Fair, to be honest. But I want a cute outfit. I know my elf really wants like a cute little outfit. Every time I see a cute like Ren Fair outfit, I show my elf and they're like, oh, I want it. I need that. There's a highway exit near me that's literally called Fairgrounds. That's fun. Okay, I don't think we'll get much from pressing you, but we'll still press you. Once.
He wants it.
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top of it. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Well, was it some kind of devil worship? Oh, is that? Huh.
Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
He looks so... Oh no. There's a time magic dragon girl who's a klutz and new to time walking, so she gets all kind of shenanigans, and when you find that she's unconscious halfway in another timeline, you have to... Oh! That sounds so fun! It's okay, we all hyperfixate around here. Must wear a medieval waitress dress. Yee! Voice acting is really good. Really? Man, I feel like there's like so much stuff that's like changed in WoW since I last played. I remember like I peeked into someone's like stream and they were like, I think doing like early levels, and there was like voiced cutscenes and I was like, hello? Where was this? Name is Zizerthel and she goes by Zera. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, they do that now. My goodness. So much has changed since the last time with lip sync and everything. Yeah, like the cutscenes were like really well done looking, and I was like, we didn't have this. Dragon Queen Lady is like a major NPC. But like in theory, I would have to go through like all the previous stuff, and that would I know a playable dragon. Nope. What do you mean? When you buy Dragonflight, you get it. I mean, but then wouldn't I be missing out on a bunch of stuff beforehand? Like I want to see what the heck happened with I want to see what they did to my wife. Because I heard that they made her evil. But like I want to see what kind of evil. That was sure a story. Oh no, I'm not being moved. Okay, I'm gonna be twitching a bit, I guess. Maybe. We'll talk about Salons later. Okay. Yeah, it was Salons. I know, but like wait, oh no, everything's breaking. Everything's breaking. Why didn't it change me though? Hello? Please let me be a gremlin. Stop having me get recoils. No. Everything is broken today. There we go. Okay. It might be cut short a little bit, but you know, it's okay. She was evil and medieval, but she had a moment where she had a moment of lucidity and looked back and realized who she was and what she'd done had an impact. Nicey. Okay, but yeah, I had so many characters that like I didn't do that much even with. Give him my Sylvanas jacket. I guess. Well. No, it might fit me. I don't know. I don't know why, but I think it's probably because of your design. I just imagine you like tiny. And it's just like, if you're like a size small or medium, I don't think I would fit into the jacket. Of course not, it was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It means that it seems that it's a custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all of my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. Sorry for derailing. No, it's all good. It's all good. Like you weren't here. You weren't here not yesterday. Last week, Moki. But like I got so distracted. I showed everybody I let everybody hear my moi moi Zakun. Like I got so distracted, I got up and grabbed it and had it go Zakun. Do 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 do. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Yeah. I hope one day when I have the funds, hopefully there's still pre-owned double belts, because I want one of those, but they're like more than $100, so it's just like I can't justify that. Or at least last time I looked. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how did you catch a cold from a fire? Boulder with your assumed that stream master is. Right. I still need to finish W, but then I'm gonna go. What was I gonna watch? I am just not focused today, and that's okay. Hi, Majima. Oh no, Nisa. Yeah, after W, I'm either gonna watch X-Aid or Ghost, but I'm gonna end up watching both, but I don't know which one I'm gonna build is really good. Ooh, I love Ghost. Okay, I'll do Ghost after W. I'm sorry, Psych. We're just hyperfixating. What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames, and then, because the whole room was filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows? Biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in a hospital for a while. I didn't forget that birthday in a hurry. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. So do we pit his thing against the one guy? I guess that would make sense. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments on the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes, I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for the strike. That's the spirit. Imagine how you would do that, just Okay, let's see. So, in theory, we would... I think this is right?
Objection!
Yeah! These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up. Wait, were you actually able to get just Moki? I guess I can't see because I'm in streamer mode. Noise! I know with mine, it kept like showing me having my name and then it just like kept reverting. It like kept doing that for like a week or two before they actually let me choose it. I've gotten like 5 people in my DM saying you stole my name and I stole my name? That's fantastic. Thankfully, I haven't gotten anybody messaging me, but that just means I'm the only one. I got rid of the other ones. The one that played League just disappeared. I cast gun. Yes. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account on his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Oh, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh. Dude, the Bucky has the streamer privilege. He sees the stream like 3 seconds before anyone else because he... Right? He just hears me starting the stream as like, okay, I gotta have the countdown and all this, and Moki's like, oh, they're streaming. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. Or Garadeb, and Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, my hat! Hello? Yes? Yes? The dragonfly has really pretty dragon horses. They're gorgeous, and a trans dragon person. Actually, 2, 3? 3? My goodness. Man, the expansion gave us a lot of good stuff. Juror number 4, do you have anything to say about that? This is Garadeb. Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? One of them said me! Oh. Man, one day I'll have time for MMOs again. I miss the... Celestra? That's so pretty! That's so pretty! Take the form of a Volpera, that's so cute! I love them. I don't even know anything else about them, but I love them. The room would be thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. Pretty dorky, you take that back. There's Dragon Queen second in command. Nice. Important little dragon. Hello, Mal. How are you doing? We are very much off the rails today. Hope you don't mind. Have you tried? I've spent money on my character, so I need to actually pay. I think I'm also past level 60. Considering that I am in the Shadowbringers after game content. But how are you doing, Pistol? As part of the crafting tutorial, I meet a guy who's like, hey, can you help me find a gift for my husband? And it's really cute. Oh, my brain is going burr with something. Ah, nice. More whisker or a different man's? In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Wesker always. Fair.
All right then, yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering, even though your house was on fire. Migraine's still bad. Oh no. Got new meds, but they'll take a bit to have effect. Hopefully they work. I know that some meds can be kind of tough and not work as it's supposed to, but hopefully they work for ya. Somebody bought Wesker from Alan DVD. Yeah. You never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Nadahodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement. The prescription works, at least at the right dosage. Only noticeable side effect is that I sleep better. Oh, okay. That's... At least she's sleeping better. Sleeping better is at least a good side effect. Okay. So we would pit that against this one. Maybe? Yeah.
Objection.
No? I guess they don't contradict each other. Sorry, but as foreman of the jury, okay, I'm sorry. I was jumping to conclusions. Because, like, I don't see why that wouldn't have worked, though. Let's see. Beaten by 2 days. Man, yeah, wow. Almost like not quite a whole, like, full 2 days, but like, my goodness. There's like a little bit of hour overlap. But yee. So I definitely need to pit this against something. It's weird that this isn't it. Mal got both of you beat. You have to open a window to clear the smoke. That's... I'm gonna save because my brain wants to say that I should pit it against the old man, but since I wasn't supposed to pit it against the other guy, I don't know if that's the right answer. I do have to pit it against something, though. I followed you after you were on my stream, that one. Yeah. I would have assumed that you would have done that when we did that VR chat collab way back when. No, I don't think a name change would have messed with anything, would it? Because that's the only thing that I can think of, because I changed it from, I think Xephoria plays just to Xephoria. I don't know.
Objection.
Okay, so we're not pitting those against each other either. Sorry, I got quiet. I was like, is there a random sound happening while this is going on? Twitch has unfollowed people randomly before. True, so possibly. Accuse the Kremlin. Right. Maybe we have to press your altered statement? The Kremlin opened the window. With what hands? My only hand holds gun. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. But the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us that he'd been reading. Oh gosh, I think I might explode twice. We'll see. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? Yep, I knew it.
Got lost in the sauce of Wesker's theme song, Winds of Madness, and got possessed. It's all good, it's all good.
I did.
Confirm that they can explode twice before getting to... 7 minutes is all I can spare. What?
It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him.
And now you come to mention it, yes. Oh, that's what Wesker says. Ah, I see, I see. I've only... I can see how effective it was for Mal. I was just gonna say, I think I've only, like... Which one is Wesker in? Because I've only played, like, a little bit of 4, and I was very bad at it. Apparently Wesker has an iconic chair. Mal taught me this the other day. Do you have it? I mean... Oh, it's not that loud today. Would you say that this is iconic? Wesker's in like half of them. Yeah, I'm very bad at 4. It took me multiple tries to get past like the first instance of like all the villagers coming at you, and then I got killed by a quick time event rock. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information at the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like this, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. 4 only has Wesker at the end, and then you can play him in Mercenaries, and his theme slaps. Ooh. I can't see how this tries. Right, like this. We're gonna keep going, and it's just gonna be 6, and we're just like not gonna have made any progress. We're gonna still be at the summonation examination. I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Oh!
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5? What do you know? You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I blocked out. Wait, did the book hit you on the head? I think Lisa is rubbing off on me all these typos. Wait, what typo? I don't know what typo he was referring to. It was listening to what that granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb, or the maid, I'll have you know. I'm one of the two. You can decide, honestly, which one I am. At this point, I'm not holding up my appearance any longer. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me it's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. I'm trying new icy. Ooh. I was gonna say, let me know how it tastes, but I feel like at this point we've established that we have different preferences for flavors. So totally normal about this man. No, I'm not. That's me with Majima, 100%. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like, I put my hand in my pocket for my wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh no! Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me. It did, about an inch deep. Oh no. The cereal box says to keep the cereal in the fridge for a cooler experience. Huh. That is kind of fun. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up deep down in the muddy banks that night, I could tell ya. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Nutholdo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
All right. We'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare. Or judo throw, absolutely, right? Okay. So we'll press that one then? And then maybe someone else will be like, oh, that reminds me of this. Blue raspberry and cherry icy cereal, yeah. I feel like that would taste good, but I know, like, I don't know. Organ. No, this is like the late 1800s. I don't know if, I mean, it's late 1800s. These guys are from Japan. Everybody else is in the UK. I don't know how possible a gun is here in this situation, other than like the smoke screen gun thing that they had. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, guns did exist. At least that's what Ishin told me. But, like, I don't know how viable. Hello, Rocket. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right, she was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? Started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. What? Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. Wife has an amazing throwing arm, right? A what, right? Just an entire bathtub. Is your wife the one guy from Durarara? I don't remember his name. Shisuo? Is that it? I don't think that's right, but I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed into the Thames a few too many times by their wives. Shisuo. Okay, yeah. I think, was that what I said? I immediately forgot what I said. That's a very interesting theory. Yeah, I'm assuming since you said yeah. Okay, I think I'm still asleep. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Okay, so... So... I guess at this point I would pit? Right? But, yeah? Yay! How many hours of sleep have you gotten in the last 72 hours? I got 8-ish last night. Maybe a little bit less considering my alarm, but yeah, don't worry about it. I totally didn't stay up until like 3 doing absolutely nothing. How many hours sleep? But the 72 hours, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Not enough, go back to bed. Oh, okay. Let me there we go. You want me to turn on the voices for this game? I think this game has voice acting optionally. Anyway, bye. These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime, or originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object beside the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling that this might be what had happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this journey, I demand a straight answer. You gave us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Why are we questioning the jurors? Aren't these guys the ones who decide the verdict? Yes, we're questioning them because they're saying that the person we're trying to defend is like super duper guilty, and so we're trying to be like, no. We're like, why did you come to that conclusion? Hello, Vado, how are you doing? We're questioning why they came to the decision and kind of pitting them against each other of just like, this doesn't make sense for you to think that he's guilty because of this, honestly. But I'm certain, at the very least, this warrants further investigation. When I started thinking about how much EP got, I thought you were going to ask me the same question. I mean, how much did you get, Rocket? How much sleep did you get? What? How much did you get? Psych, you stayed up! You stayed up after the stream? Yeah, that is very much too little in the last 75 hours. My goodness, Rocket. Oh, you got some stars. Whee! I wanted to try another streak. Did you get another streak? Because you were winning for a while. Oh, did you just land in jail number 2? Whoop. There you go. All right, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was, I guess, the knife? Is that what we're establishing here? I have armband. Because this is the other object, so probably not the book, so it would make sense for it to be the knife? Whoops. The fact I normally get 6 hours a night is very, very concerning. Yeah, that is a little concerning.
Take that!
Is it this object? Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Surprisingly able to sleep normally last night. Nice! I'm glad. Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man! I like how he just ends stuff with man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb was on the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window, a window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh. Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit that there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my! Ugh. Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before, or not? Oh, Ah! Oh. She has fainted. My lord. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Why is the old man not changing his thing? Freaking nightmare. Where is the smell? Still my ability to sleep. You traded sleep abilities. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. Hopefully that's the last summonation examination we have to do this trial. So as a result of the defense's summonation examination, a number of jurors leaning have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. It's like it does another to be continued. It's like it expected us to do that for an hour. Sleeplessness chose violence, but not me this time, yee. Pardon me as I have some rice. Very forgetful bunny today. Oh no! What did you forget? Now then. Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? I want him to slam his leg on the desk again. Fried rice, yum yum. It's just cooked rice. I didn't fry it, but it has soy sauce and Kewpie mayo and some seaweed flakes. Fried rice. No, just regular rice. But still yummy rice. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. It's like I tried to have it before stream, but like the rice wasn't ready until like 5 minutes before start. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so pungent it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to watch. I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative position of those places being discussed. Got vampires throwing explosive wine glasses. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Forgot to swap my estrogen patches, and after finally doing that, I forgot to remove the adhesive from my stomach from— oh no! Hopefully that doesn't cause any issues. That wine cost me a fortune, gasp. Going to go out and give Lisa my notebook so they are not forgetful because Mal will make me sleep deprived. Oh no! What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Well, she could have just thrown it really hard. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the crime scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And, as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. I'm infecting everyone. Rocket with sleep deprivation and Anissa with forgetfulness. Oh no! It's like you took Rocket's power of infecting people and used it against him. Where did Moki go? Moki's here. See? In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! Majestic pointing, right? There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Misusato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here?
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its learning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? This didn't sound of two hearts breaking. Over calling the detective novels silly. Order, order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zieks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must announce that they are able to testify accordingly. This icy cereal tastes like nothing. I'm disappointed. Oh no! Okay, one application of baby oil later and we're good. It's okay if I forget to change them, but do this in the same day. It's the pills that I can't skip. Those are testosterone blockers. Ah, I see. Okay, how does he keep getting fresh glasses and cups? I don't know, man. Don't worry about it. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Vampire magic.
Yeah. Well,
good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing off until now, sir.
I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
25% of our court's budget goes towards fancy wine and cups. Absolutely. That's why I had to leave for 5 years so that way they could build up their budget again. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
Falls asleep once again. Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows of the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. But you haven't slept in a month. So you're probably really tired. You possibly fell asleep. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows. Well, but how would you know? How would you know if they weren't open? How they open? That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! Sorry, but... What exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course. Sorry. I found it, Mr. Nadahoda. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadab's room. Alright, I'll try. Kind of want to see the other lawyers get flustered because I bet it'll sound like a china glass tipping over. What? So the window opens in order to in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Oh, okay. Well, then what was the other part of it? I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar that prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? That's all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good, your education in windows is complete. There's never any possibility of the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we discounted already. That can't be!
Did you see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you would drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Right. Oh, Mal, did you not see the guy that we're defending? He was absolutely JoJo posing. Window 1 defends 0, yeah. Put that theory to the test, Camille. What? No. You have not? Okay, hopefully he shows up and does his little poses today. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. Okay. So I think anything but a throw, we would have seen it. I might just press on everything, because I don't think... Let me see what I have for evidence. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to really present, so I'll just press everything. When in doubt, just press. How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It was the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen on our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's the job of all about, or what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word, while rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sa!
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. That's a there's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, just one more thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. But to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal, sir. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Ooh, okay. So that's gonna be very important, I can tell. So let me look at it real quick. Examine. I saw a video of Justice from Ultra Kill singing a song from Are you okay? Yeah, I've been seeing that you've been very into the AI song cover things. Okay. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. The patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around the beat every day. The furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they discovered. That might be something? When the crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Was there anything? You would have seen it. Was to make sure nothing was disturbed. Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment. Nothing strange to report on that front. Maybe because I've been futzing with AI voice models for ChatTTS and my mini-me. Yeah, well, fair enough, yeah. Which, like, speaking of, VoiceBot has added, like, a lot of AI voice things, and none of them are good. Like, they all have kind of, like, a crunchy quality to them. It's very weird. Under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they were discovered. Policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. I don't know. It's like I'm not too confident. I think it's like one of the two, but I will keep pressing just to see if I can get any other evidence. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. Because there's that little bit, it's like hidden behind the text box, but like there's something there. Let's see, they're just there to allow for a bit of air through the house, you see. So they've restricted as to how much they can open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside of the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir. That's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh, we got something!
Excuse me.
VoiceMod's voice thing relies on pitch change and filters AI voice models. You reference pitch change and approximation. That's why a lot of AI voice banks have accents according to the original. Ah, that makes sense. Cause yeah, like let me this is gonna be cursed, but I'm gonna put on one of the voice mod voices. Let's go with this
guy. Like right now I can't hear myself, but I did test all of these and it just, I don't know, something sounds like off. I don't know. It's just something about it doesn't quite sound right. Reasons, man, I don't know. It's a voice mod thing and it's called Daniel. Like in this count. Yeah, it's like very off. And then
this one where it just like switches through the different AI voices and it's very, very weird.
It's Daniel again. Daniel? Well, now I'm in a different voice, so I don't know like how that sounds. But yeah, now it's just cursed.
but yeah, but also I can't really hear myself right now with how I have things set up. Actually, if I
do this, maybe. Oh gosh.
don't laugh with the boys. You can't tell me what to do.
Okay, let me his face back.
normal. That was too chaotic. What is going on? I was showing off the AI voices with voice mod, but now we're back to normal. Do you have something to add, Mrs. B?
Sorry?
It's amazing in its own way, right? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky that it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh? I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat. Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garadeb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you can clarify something. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garadeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. Please watch this. Okay, let me.
Guy, like right now I can't hear myself.
Let me. Oh gosh. let me have this in a way that I can mute and then have it on the screen somehow. Should be this. Yes. Yeah.
Guy, like right now I can't hear myself, but I did test all of these and it just, I don't know, something sounds like off. I don't know. It's just something about it doesn't quite sound right. Reasons, man, I don't know. It's a voice mod thing and it's called Daniel.
Daniel.
Like in this count. Yeah, it's like very off. And then
This one where it just like switches through the different AI voices and it's
That's a voice.
very, very weird.
It's Daniel again. Daniel? Well, now I'm in a different voice, so I don't know like how that sounds. But yeah, now it's just cursed.
That last one was like eerily close to mine, but like not quite right.
but yeah, but also I can't really hear myself right now with how I have things set up. Actually, if I
do this, maybe. Oh gosh.
The way it ended. Okay. Right? It was weird. It was close. Oh my gosh, just start stream and just have the AI voices on the whole time.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
But there was a thing. There was a thing in your little handbook. There was a thing in there. Add that to your testimony. It says any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. That means you found it, so it's in your jurisdiction. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think this was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh? Hmm? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I was kind of hoping that it would be on the testimony, but now it's on 2 items? And now it's my turn, I think. Huh. So, Okay, so we probably should just keep pressing, because so far the 2 that we've pressed have given us information. But according to your notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling around gazing at the sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least.
Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Okay, so nothing in that one. Let's see. There wasn't anything in that one. Like, that wasn't... Okay. Okay, so fetching some help. Why did you fetch help? Yes, you said you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. You're so bad at directions. I love you so much. You can't find your way out of a paper bag. You drive me mad, Patricia. Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes, but like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I need a manner moment like same Patricia. Right, hopefully someday. Okay, so how about this? Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? No, sir. Aha! Could be a different copy, sir. One that just so happened to be burnt as well. Even if it were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Lack of navigation skills without my phone or her make must be attractive to sleepy butt, right? Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries on how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? Man, really said I only tasted. A little bit. I mean, I was also thinking, like, I don't know if I'm bad with directions, but, like, I do get turned around kind of easily. There have been multiple times where, like, I'm in VR chat and I'm looking around. It's like, where'd you go? And like, usually I'm like trying to find Peach, and it's like, where'd you go? And she's like, I'm literally right behind you. I'm literally right here. I'm terrible with directions, but I have a GPS. Yeah. Me, I'm bad with directions. I'm bad at giving directions. There's so many people. There's so many humans that ask me where something is, and it's just like, you know where this food place is? It's like right across the street from there. like sometimes people call us. It's like, hey, how do I get to your store? And it's like, where are you? Just keep driving until you get to this intersection that has this landmark, and then you turn left, and then hopefully you get there. He ships Zato in his one piece self-insert. What's the physically largest place you've worked at? I guess I can say it since it's like it's like literally almost everywhere in the world. I worked at a Walmart. I don't know why I said that in like a country accent. But yeah, that's the biggest. A Walmart. I don't know where that voice came from. How was that? I had money. There was that at least. Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. They pay pretty decent, is that true? Yeah. At the time of me working there, yeah. They have different, they had different pay grades depending on, like, where you were. If you were a cashier, that was the lowest pay grade, which honestly, that's a bad deal. And then I think the area that I was in was the second one. And then like grocery stockers were I think the fourth. I don't know for everything else, but there was like 5 different pay grades. And if you were just a cashier, you were in the worst bar. But yeah, all the snacks I eat, they can't stock anymore. Oh no. But yeah, it was a time. They if you're on part-time, they give you full-time hours. They give you like the maximum they can give you legally. But if you make mistakes, they will not hesitate. They will not hesitate to write you up for like just the worst things. Cause like this is a whole thing, but like the long and short of it, I got fired because I was sick and none of the managers gave me a consistent answer on what I should do, because I was sick for like months And I was finally at the part where it's just like, I should probably like call out sick for a little bit. Like, what would be the best method? And none of the managers gave me a consistent answer. And like, it was because they were just changing how the sick like pay or sick hour thing was gonna happen in like the next like week or two. And it's just like, I'm sick right now, so I kind of need to do this. I don't know why I was sick for months, because I would be sick. I would have like a runny nose and a sore throat, and I was coughing a whole bunch. I would be sick for like a few weeks. I would get better for 1 week, and then I would get sick once again. I have no idea what happened. What kind of things would they write you up for? There was one time, so the very first one, it was like my first like month or two working, and they were like, hey, you need to deep clean this whole area for this shift. This coworker that has been here longer than you will explain how to do it. We very much focused and cleaned one area, but we did it wrong, and so I got in trouble because I was not told the right way to do it. I got it written up again because there was this one person that said I was rude, apparently, because they asked me if we had overalls, and I had assumed that she was wanting overalls for herself. And it's like, well, ladies' overalls are only in stock in like the spring and summer for some reason, so no, we do not. I didn't contemplate the fact that maybe since it was November, she was possibly buying it for anybody else, because we had overalls in any other section. So I just told her no, and she complained to a customer about that. Or she complained to a manager about that, so I got written up for that. I had to deep zone another area, and then someone was like, hey, I have to leave early. Do you think you could like do the go backs in my area? And it's like, I will do my best to do that. I didn't have time, and I got written up for not doing her area. It was a time. Anyway, let's stop complaining about old works. Everybody hyperfixating a little bit, right? We're not going through this trial. Sneezed and froze 3 customers, and one of them got freezer burn and didn't thaw out, right? Honestly, right? I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you will let me speak, won't you?
Started just chatting stream after this and just talking with you guys. Right. That wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. When maybe I don't know.
Oh, next week, I'm gonna be doing some more art streams, so
Definitely be able to just chat about just anything and not feel like I'm derailing.
also,
not to shamelessly plug my throne, but I added a phone holder thing, so that way hopefully I can do hand cam streams one day, because I really want to do hand cam streams where I'm just like, I don't know, I have something to paint, but I also like I would want to do it for like little crafty things. Any plans for the week after next week?
well, starting next week, I'll be doing more art streams. So it'll be a balance between this game and also art streams, because art fight is happening. So hopefully that'll motivate me to actually get back into the swing of art and actually finish all of my ode pieces.
Because I really need to do that. But like, I've been like wallowing in burnout, and I need to fix it. So hopefully art fight fixes it.
Anyway,
the week after next is the day I asked you about.
oh, yeah. Just message me what you want to do, because, yeah, since it's on a Thursday, I will be available. So just let me know.
Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks the policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? Okay. So we obviously have to press... Oh wait, no, she did add that to the thing. Saw what I saw, my eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little bit off sometimes, so... I was thinking that was the last one. I don't think we have... Could her sense of direction be implying that, let me pull up the map. Could the sense of direction be implying that they weren't actually right here, but they were right here, maybe? That could be a possibility. This beat, nobody is questioning you about what you've told us. I saw it, I did, that evening, I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. Wait, what do you mean, Zai? and I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh yes, well, it's a little embarrassing, really. I've always ended up on the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Is he gonna say that she ends up on the wrong side of the road sometimes? That'll be very helpful to us. Constable Beat, is there a problem? I'm eepy. No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened this evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box on the next beat over from mine, but she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was gone so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. But why? What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very, very obviously troubled during that exchange. Halfpennies, aka halfpennies, pronounced haypennies. Oh, okay. That's how that's spelled. Okay. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Thank you for the hydrate. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. And a big stretch. Okay. There we go. I was waiting for my neck to pop. Stop thinking my gulps are lewd, Psych! Nope, that's Mal. Wait, no, that's Rocket. Wow. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. Tell us about the bouquet, You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and I saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at all.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. The other side of the road!
Your husband, presumably.
No way! I can't believe this!
That's right! Silly me, I had gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again after we left the scene. That beautiful Rose Rolly bought me with the change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh! Oh, yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by that flower? Technically speaking, that's not a bouquet, right? I think you need at least 2 bare minimum. Maybe 3, but I think you need more than just the 1. According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's household? Ooh! A bouquet of knives and slightly burned books? Yee. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. How could you give it back, please?
No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
The shock of seeing a stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood.
But it's a symbol of our love.
So... Okay, so what do we got here? Is there anything sus going on? As far as we can tell. An attractively arranged bunch of flowers. Okay, so... What would constitute like a minimum of a bunch? Especially when presented as a gift or carried at a ceremony. According to Google, depending on the type of flower, a bouquet can be... Yeah, so a bare minimum it needs 2. You have to pass a geography test to get it back.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh,
3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree-based, for example.
He does his best.
It's very stylish paper that the flower's wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
Ah, I see.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes. Okay, I'm not sure if there's anything to really notice here. Let's look directly at it. No, okay, that's the same. Okay. I guess it's because we already know that for the most case, we just need to present this and the fact that it was on the other side of the road, maybe? Yeah. She dropped it where she stood.
It's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured. I should do my very best not to forget Mrs. Beat. Okay. So... How would I... Trying trying to think of how I would present things to have it be like, how did she end up on the other side of the street? But I will go ahead and press him, because pressing has been giving us like literally everything. Just speak aloud. Well, no, like in the game, it's like I can't just hop and I just can't like, well, I clicked outside of the window game. Like I can't just, I can't just be like, hey, so, wait, no. I can't just be like, hey, so about the fact that the flower was on the other side of the thing. Well, did you do something with the body while she was gone? She was gone for 15 minutes, so you know, you could have done anything in that amount of time, honestly. Okay, let me go back to my little corner real fast, like. There we go. Someday video games will be able to just respond to your real speech, right? Especially with like people trying to like have what was it? Like AI stuff. Nothing to report? The rose, another key piece of evidence, burns and tragically kills the blonde lady. Well, no, I think it's the people that we're defending. It's called English. See, that's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. I wonder, because he's buried sleep deprived, so maybe someone moved not only the body but also him, maybe? Or because I don't think he has like a case of sleepwalking or anything like that, but for the one chat game. Yeah, I've seen like one TikTok about it of just like human or bot, and it's just like, it's wild. I swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. It seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to burn as well? You brought that up already. Even if it were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from the— wait, did we already do this? Oh, okay. There's a game that uses— there's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two— okay. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? Yes, the whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garadeb was hiding something from us, but it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time I'm going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. There's a game that uses TTS chat, GBT, and speech recognition. Is there? Armed. Is Armed the name of the game? Okay. So... Did leave the scene. Happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. Arms is the... well, Rocket said armed, not arms. Is Arms still, like... Are the servers still up? Because I feel like barely anybody really talks about it, and I haven't seen it in, like, a direct for a while. It was an escape from... Oh! An escape from yandere game with voice recognition? That's... my goodness. That seems fun, though. Sorry, I'm just shoving rice in my mouth. It's rice! It's rice with soy sauce and Kewpie mayo and some seaweed flakes that also have bonito flakes, I think. Found just outside of Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle. Would I present the rose on this one, perhaps? Rice? You don't like rice, psych? What the heck? Oh, it was last updated in 2017. Oof. That's kind of sad. I feel like they put a lot of energy into ARMS, but it just, like, for some reason didn't catch on.
Objection.
There we go. You claim, Constable Beat, that there's nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager? But if that was the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It was nothing to do with the case. That's why I really didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. Mr. Garadeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the cement window and landed there on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road with the victim's hand. Or in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. There's no logical explanation for these things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Oh, what if it's a case of, like, the body was found on Rolly's side of his beat, but then it's just like, I don't want to take care of this, so I will have somebody that is in charge of the other side of the street take charge of it. Because we know it's split, like, right down the road, apparently. Someone stops off to the streets in their brain. Right? What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think Myrelli's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh, good. Mrs. Garadeb's coming around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadeb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection.
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Okay, so I'm gonna say because it's one of two people. And I feel like they kind of maybe work together, but I'm gonna go with this guess first. Because I feel like it doesn't want me to suspect Rolly necessarily, but I feel like he might have had a hand in it. Wait, no, because he would have fallen asleep. Or that's right. So
Take that!
no. You know it's bad when the main character is just like, no, that's not it. You know who really tampered? The guy who set the omnibus on fire. That's true, yeah. There's only one person who could have done this. Do you intend to share your internal monologue, counsel? Sorry, my lord, I was just taking a moment to get things straight in my mind. And for that moment of wasted court's time, you will pay the price. Is it me or are things getting more strict around here?
What were you thinking? What you were thinking is right, Mr. Naruhodo. There's only one person who had the opportunity to tamper with the scene of the crime.
There could be no mistake. Yes, I thought so. There's no point overthinking this. There's really only one option. It's okay. I think it might be a case of like, it's similar to Battler having it just kind of like all on his face. Or was it Battler or was it? No, I think it was Katie who had like a very readable face. Obviously, there's only one person that it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What, a policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Nobody works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. He's reading the notes! He's reading it!
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone could commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a really good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Probably not. Counsel, you've made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord.
Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. I didn't expect this question. I thought it was gonna be something else. Hide where the book fell, where the victim fell. Possibly where the book fell? I think so, because the little things went away. Where the book fell to the ground. That's what he had to cover up at all costs. And why exactly? You expect me to answer that? Well, of course, the reason is, do you have something to hide, my learned friend? For it seems you're unwilling to share the reason with the court. Or could it be, perhaps, that no reason exists? Well, that's not it. You didn't even try to... Okay, let's do this. I'm just doing this because I don't know how many other times I have to lose. Where the victim fell? Maybe? Yeah, we're more confident about this one. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? That makes more sense, actually.
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement on Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Over here, you silly.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock on the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It couldn't have been.
Constable Beat had arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help, and during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet.
That was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory as to what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? He's just actually asleep. Oh. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again.
I can't believe this!
But I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly! It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did last night, everything came out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Order! Wait, what is it? What on earth is happening? Or the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why would you do something like this?
Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. You be around, okay.
You just need to play some Apex, I see.
I have a possible explanation. For why on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move this to the scene of the crime. Or to move it, yes. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? So, I'm gonna save. I'm pretty confident on this one, but I am gonna still save. Because I think it's something that is in here. Whoops. In here.
Take that!
Yeah.
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B put up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife just how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with that boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a kappa that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could be lurking anywhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat that she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mersham Street and then... You did it bad. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, really? Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined, and you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course you did. Otherwise, my Rolly never would have left the poor woman freezing on the cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, it was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the other side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir, definitely. 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garadeb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The 4th book's information, okay. So it was in the victim's hand when Mrs. Beat first ran over to see what had happened. Okay. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. Yeah, you're probably not going to be a beat anymore. My lord. Yes, Lord Von Zeeks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir! Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault.
It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say... Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Sir! Okay, so now I'm assuming we get to cross-examine our defendant? I'm assuming? Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objections to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetuated the crime. I mean, it would be her, right? That would be the only other person. Because, like, you know, technically... Oh, I was like, who is that? I'm gonna save.
My gamer subs is gonna be showing up tomorrow. Nice!
Nice, nice, nice! The armband did the crime. Okay. Believe this is who we're looking for.
Yeah.
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb. Me? Oh, dearie me. That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with her husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down. Sorry. Ah! Psych, you distracted me and then you attack me. I see how it is. Why? What'd you do that for, huh? What'd you do that for? How did I distract you? Because you opened Apex and I saw you changed your Steam name. Finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay on your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Why you got Steam notifications on during stream? I mean, Is there a way to turn it off other than just like setting my thing to invisible? Is there a way of it automatically doing that?
I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Yes, but can you do that automatically? Is there a streamer mode do not disturb?
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh!
Just click the button now. Make no mistake, your jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how could you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb? How many knives do you own?
Now you listen to me.
I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop, do your worst.
I have several of those murder weapons, coincidentally. Everyone owns, like, what, 5 knives? At least. Usually when people say prove it, they're guilty, right? Well, Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes already, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witness themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Are we doing another, like, scene transition, like, intermission? I'm here on the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Okay. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb, and I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. I am here as well. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. This is gonna be a time. Man, a lot of. Oh, your smack mark healed. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb? Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th and Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living a quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? North Carolina, sir. Oh, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. Will you recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question? Sir, at once. I just keep looking at the little curves and how like psych and minds are like really close together. Okay. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the windows open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bully thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. True. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. I want to look at the knife. Okay, yeah, there wasn't really anything identifying it other than the tip of it. Okay. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop. Pardon me. The enemy caught us up on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than that they have testified already. This may be a dead end. And Zeke's may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Will do. Okay.
So... On the day you're referring to, my wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean you can't recall the reason now? It's been 1 day. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I just imagine he just like looks over. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it up. And besides, half of it was wide on the mark anyway.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though. Got the window open. Okay. Yeah, that seems about right, but we'll still press. And that fire also spread to some items and furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. It just so happens that there's some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Had to draw water from the public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that we can't get any water at night, although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Okay. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. My goodness sake. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. This is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, Majima! Hello! Sorry, I was thinking about Yakuza 3. Anyway, in all honesty, I can't recall, but I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see, some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin. A napkin? Suspicious? Whoops. Wrong button.
Excuse me.
There you go. Do you have something to add, sir? No. Mr. Garadeb. Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and a fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every ball. Ow! Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me, ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dearie?
I wonder what we should make of this account.
It could be important, yes.
The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance. Nuh-uh. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to a formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipes, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Okay. Apparently it fell to the floor during the domestic dispute he had with his wife and broke. Okay.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo.
Let me just look at this pipe before I answer. Ooh. It has a chip, too. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here.
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely. It couldn't be.
The fragment of metal has been entered into the court record. Yeah! Can we examine this? Pipe bomb! Oh no. Okay. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Knew it was the armpit. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. There's just something nagging at me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again. Okay, and so now we can let the characters finally put 2 and 2 together. I'm just thinking this will probably update the court record, maybe. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip, a small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Yes, and just maybe. Oh my! It's a perfect fit! Somehow, I just knew it. How did that not add anything to the case? Why did that not add anything to the records? The blade broken must not be Japanese steel. True. It's European steel, it's fine. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your quest was turned down. Oh, no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now we can return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. Well, hello, Majima! Moon. Yee. Okay, I think it might be good to, present this, and then, no, stop pressing the wrong button.
Objection.
Why is the music still going? Wait, what do you mean I'm wrong? No, what do you mean I'm wrong? That should have been it. No. There's clearly something out here, indeed, your behavior. Oh, please don't mind me. It would be significantly easier if you would lower your hand. I won't lower my hand until I prove my client's innocence, as long as it's quite quick. What do you mean it was wrong? Okay, I'll just press you then. Because I feel like if I just show him the actual knife, I don't know. I feel like the knife tip. I don't know. Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Like, it's tough because it didn't update anything in the records, so I don't know what it wants from me. Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets, too, and then there's my leatherwork. Sorry to... Leatherwork? What kind of leatherwork? Sorry to say that we were always losing knives around the place, and we have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snapped them up. John prefers to work 2 knives at meal times too, instead of a knife and fork. Now, Joan, we don't want people thinking I'm some sort of ag. Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim, which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir. I guess it was this one that I had to present. Okay, well, let me save. Because I don't know if it wants me to show, like, the actual tip, or if it wants me to show the whole knife.
There we go, okay.
I just did it a little too early. Mr. Garadeb, can I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing.
You can't?
Used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment of the course, but that was some time ago. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must D very dizzy. What is that? Tiny scrap of metal?
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade.
And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
Oh, she's in a box!
You appear rather confident in the extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence at the court. What evidence, with paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? Obviously the entire knife. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip at the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. Psych brought that up in the previous stream, didn't he? I think? Somebody did. And I was just like, eh. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular blade, is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks. I don't believe it. A knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? I'll say it in red. So Lord Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point that we have to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off. Of course.
Good lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade, found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1!
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh... No!
Objection!
You're going to jail, fella. Or I guess it would be the lady. Maybe both of them. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. Huh? A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it's just a theory. A court theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because, you see, it's spoiled by its insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest matter, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... That's right, you silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, obviously she was leaning down to pick up the book that was thrown first, nerd. Just use your brain sometimes, Lord Van Zeeks. Jeez. There's no possible way it could have planted into the victim's back. Order! Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, He's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one consistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure that we were on the right track, but now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Misusato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you are on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record. I'm sure all the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that... Or a tacit acceptance that... I'm giving up on that word. Acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Objection! This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Tacit. Oh, okay. Essentially implied. Okay. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that could have hit her in the middle of her back. And under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? A said, oh no, it's her again. Also, apparently it was recently the 1-year anniversary of Nirvana Initiative, and so it's just like, oh, hopefully either sometime soon or maybe next year we get more news of the third. There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! I hope, right? Surely this must be the last time. Counsel,
Present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is the book.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Gerdeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of this wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Geredep household onto the pavement below, and at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly the moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Geredep, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right. Facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. Right, absolutely Looney Tunes death. I mean, they have made it a point that she's not dead, she's just unconscious. It appears to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated into an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Doom, 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 doom. Oh. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Geredeb?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Geredeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly.
I'm sorry! Oh no! Oh no, his bad leg.
We did it.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb? She's been taken into the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I had just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news.
I wonder why that had to be important, because, you know, the other person, it's like, the other victim was dead. Most of the victims are usually dead. So it's kind of not weird for us to not have met the victim.
So, Mr. Susoke Natsume.
Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. Of which we will not voice. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beats had said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Sasaki-san. His imagination really got the better of him, and now he's probably gonna die.
Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires, and for that I am truly sorry. Still on this guy? Yeah. What? Psych! What? What'd I do? What did I do? What did I do? One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. Just makes it... What? No, my blip! Oh gosh. I look very silly. What is that? The blep or the scan? One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. Both. Well, the blep is a blep. Just blep. And the scan is just, you know, the little scan. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions, but thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty. Very well. Mr. Sosoke Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Whoa! You're not going to be alive for much longer, though, depending on if the curse is real. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Yippee! Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir. Sir, of course. Oh, yeah. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported 2 tiers. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Okay, and then I think we're close to the end of the chapter, so once the chapter ends, we'll take our break. Okay, 3:17 p.m. I don't remember when we went in. Was it at like 10 a.m. in the morning? Oh, locum! Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there any other locum here? Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings, and from high up windows I see them looking down on me laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronical bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold, the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering. We're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. My bed was ever so comfortable. He's a walking death bag. Absolutely. Here to inform you that the cutest thing anyone can wear is a long shirt with shorts that are so short you can't. That is pretty cute, I will admit.
Oh, Mr. Shelms, what a pleasure to see you.
Especially if it's paired with like thigh highs.
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No, then my haste was in vain. It's you! Herlock Sholmes!
Oh?
Have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply cannot place that curious face, or couldn't place it, in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you the peace of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless! I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Saseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed!
We'll be all right, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
Of course we get flipped.
With perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friend back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh!
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city that it has shaped, and I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
It's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, perhaps in less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Saseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Mrs. Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated that we could only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself, though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out, then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived.
Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for the dinner this evening.
And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street.
Okay, are we gonna...
Oh! We get to look around! Nice!
It's like an hour later, I think. Maybe somewhere between half an hour to an hour. So this... right? It kind of looks cozy.
Is to be our new office, yes.
Our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think that we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the plays?
Majima!
Oh gosh, okay. Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have lots to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
And then he didn't show up. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, really, or actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office in these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
You've real nice hair, right? He looks really nice when he's like not in his usual getup. London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth.
Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. Not yet. Oh, hello. Hello, Banana Frog. Thank you for the raid. How are you all doing? How have you been? Let me see. Hopping into your stream, it's a frog raid. Nice. Let's see. Heaven Will Be Mine. I don't think I've heard of that. What is it? But hopefully you're doing well. Yes. Psych was just having me redeem a stretch and a hydrate, so let me hydrate real quick. But yeah, what kind of game is Heaven Will Be Mine? That sounds interesting. Is it a visual novel type game or RPG maker? Very gay visual novel with lesbian mecha pilots. Noise. That sounds very fun. Well, hopefully you had fun. Hopefully everything ended up very well. Hornier than I expected. Oh no. That's always tough when that happens. I've had one visual novel that just ended up like a little bit spicier than I thought, and I was like, well, anyway. Thank you for the follow. Nothing TOS breaking though, yeah. The one that I found got very close to it, and I had to hop out of there like immediately. But at least yours wasn't too bad. It was getting a little warm over here. Oh no. Well, at least it wasn't actually TOS breaking, but I'm glad you had fun. We're getting close to the end of, I think it's either the third or the fourth. It's the fourth chapter. Hi, Mads. Yeah, I was hovering over the censor button a couple of times just in case, yeah. It's like sometimes you're just like, do we have to ollie out of here? But yeah. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Okay, are we gonna get a cutscene of our defendant dying? Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke, but it wasn't long before my turn came. To lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Welcome to highlight my message. Oh, okay. I guess our defendant is okay for now. How's Great Ace Attorney been treating you? I've been very slowly making my way through the very first game. It's been treating me pretty good so far. But yeah, we were just reaching the end of that chapter, and I know that there's a little chapter select button, so yeah, because we were gonna finish that and then take a break even. But like, I don't know. I should probably rest my voice, but I feel bad because you guys just rated, so I feel like I should stick around. But yeah, it's been very good. The first few chapters were kind of slow because, you know, they kind of all go like, here, we're gonna hold your hand through this trial, we gotta make sure you know how to do everything, and I'm just like, I see it, I see the answer right there. Let me at it. But yeah, so, oh yeah, no worries if you need to take a break. I know how rough these games can be on the voice, yeah. But yeah, and then we're gonna go on to the next episode after the break, but I need to take a break, so everybody, this is a good time to get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you need to do. We'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? Okay. Let me just get that ready, and... Okay, there we go. Let us into the school. We need more victims. The present! We got a little present! Why is there a policeman here? Junsa Tanaka. Okay, I think...
Take my children. I love them.
Okay. There they go. There they go again.
Not my wife. Though. Don't tell her that.
Oh yeah, no problem. You cannot stop my ascension. Oh, calcium is a flesh burger. We have opened the door. Right way to go. But are I missing something? Yeah, I feel like this is the right way to go. Darn! I messed up. Well, what was... Wow. Wow. Oh no. It's my duty to teach it the right way and save as many people as I can. Battler is too busy battling and beating bad ones to babble about baby tears and bicker. Oh no, I missed it too. I know, it happens. They're dead now. The cheese. I can't believe we just killed those people.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
But I need a plunger. I need a plunger to get past the sewermen. I'm leaving it to you. Sethico inhaled deeply. And so, hey, you over there.
Hey, you over there, you curry.
Stop going here. I can be spooky too. Wow. They just kind of appeared and I don't have control of it, I'm sorry.
Freaking right in the beetle heavy.
Yee. Oh gosh, oh gosh.
Crap.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta be careful.
I pressed jump! I pressed jump, I swear! I
That doesn't get clipped.
Froggy, please! Please! Froggy! Froggy!
Something's biting!
We got him, boys. We got him. We got him. Just be very careful. It's here, it's happening. Froggy, Froggy, please. Froggy, no! Oh, you're stuck! There you go. Come on, Froggy. Time to jump in here. Is there a gem in the fridge? No? Hello? Okay, bye. Is there a man's in the oven? I wonder. Nope, just the fridge. Here's- Why was there a man's in the fridge? Why was he in there? They ate my midnight snackies, oh no. Wait, that's a sixth one. Where's the 5? I wonder if he knows the man bear pig. Are you serious? It's for you. Peep! What? Peepus! Peepus! Who's afraid over here? Is it you? Is it you, monkey? You can't run. Okay, get the doggo. Bow wow. Very insightful. Meow. He's just happy I'm grabbing all these animals. One thing, you know, the fact that Shin won't hold hands with you, because holding hands is lewd. Like, oh my gosh, that's so lewd. Like, holding hands? Wow. So you're such a dirty man, Sawa. Come on, come on, come on, you're almost there. Come on. We can fight it no longer. I'm stuck. Ah! Shooting green beans at me. Ah! What? Ah! He's just storing his weapons. Ah! Ah! What? Ah! Ah! So many eyeballs. And tongues! Ah! Oh, he didn't leave a note. What? What? Better ingredients, better pasta. That's the power of the Home Depot. Have there always been two posters? Anyway. Yeah, I love that too.
Yo! Yep, come after me, buddy.
Yeah.
It's my last hook.
Well, it's gonna be both. Well, yeah. Oh my gosh, Peach. Peach.
Yo, 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 yo. If I could just loop them as long as I. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
If I can just keep this up.
If you can distract them long enough for Mr. Ting to do a gen.
Dang it.
Hey, baby. Are you lost?
Whoa.
They'll ask how much you pay.
Let's try your shoe size.
I wish this were the stock market.
So,
At least I know how
you
that's
here hoping to get a baby?
No. I just love the sound of children crying.
Okay.
Goo goo.
Goo goo. And not a carnivorous one.
I could be a carnivorous butterfly if I want to. Satoko would definitely get attacked by a crowd of weirdo bullies and abused to death. I don't want that!
Oh, she cries again. Cause like, why aren't you right here? That is all. Nice. Oh,
And we are back.
I was so distracted by the clip, I almost forgot to actually transition back over here.
Okay, so hopefully everybody had a good break. Okay, so now we're going on to the Hound of Bakersville.
Hopefully our friend is still alive. I have a little thing of popcorn to munch on. A little bit.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited breathlessly in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us.
Are we gonna offend a dog?
But not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. Look well, Wilson, Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles.
Are we gonna be defending a little pup?
Wow! Okay. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience that we were first thrown into on the day that we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, The Hound of Bakersville was the third Sholmes novel IRL. Oh, nice! It would make sense that they would be referencing the actual novels. Just a little bit. Want to add Majima Radar as a redeem. That would be... Maybe. I feel like that audio would be pretty isolated. I might have to look at sound alerts again and see like what's available since I last checked. There came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. What? Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. I know I can. But I don't know, it's easy to find somebody else who uploaded it. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th of April, 9:13 a.m. Okay. So this was... Gosh, this was like 2 whole months after that trial. Hello? Oh gosh, we really dolled the place up that morning. I was woken by the unserving knocking of the door by the telegraph boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said that she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leap for court in fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. She's gonna murder someone to get an excuse to appear in court, right? If there are no cases, I'll make some. What about the telegram? So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. Ahem. It's just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me that it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. All right, I understand. How about Soseki-san? I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining about seasickness? But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. The Reaper. What is it they say? That no one who stands on the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean that he wields the Sword of Justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently Lord Van Zieks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, since Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court for several years. So, it's just been me who's had to face him on his recent spate of trials then? Ugh, just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry? What was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Okay, if you say so. What do you think of my... Whoops. No, I didn't want to look at it. What do you think of my armband today? It means a great deal to me, you know? That you cherish his armband so and wear it each time you appear in court. Well, it's very important to me. It's what shows that I'm a lawyer. And whenever I wear it, I feel as though it gives me strength through Kazuma. I absolutely can't be without it, especially when I'm at a critical point in a trial. But just the other day, I noticed you wearing it when we went to visit that park. Sometimes I forget to take it off. That's cute. He's probably seeing it as a thing of like bringing Kazuma with them. Kazuma, yes, I'm Kazuma. There's just Kazumas everywhere. There's like 4 that I can immediately think of, and only one of them is from this one. The other 3 are from the same one. Or I guess one of them's Kazama, I guess, and the others are Kazuna. April 15th, Shom's Sweet. Morning, Bruno. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Hi, Iris. It's Iris. Iris? What is it, Una? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Hurley isn't in the best form for this morning, it seems. He's like, oh no, he's so disheartened. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing that violin before... My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Oh no, he's in his goth phase. Damn this blanched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee from me, if it's not too much trouble. Meow. Bibi. Oh, look, it's Wagahai. Good morning, boy. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get you there? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris.
Ugh. It would indeed be a fine day to die.
I knew something looked different.
Oh no, his thing! Something's missing from Mr. Sholm's desk. Gonna go find some food and maybe pass out. hopefully in that order.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day, Banana. Thank you again for the raid. Wagahai neko de aru.
I see what you're doing.
I don't know what wagahai means. Could you?
That's like the only one that I'm not sure.
Unless the entirety of wagahai neko de aru is a reference.
Hey, Sholmes, do you want to see my armband? Wagahai is an archaic and presumably pompous way. Interesting. Huh. That must be like very old. Huh. Interesting. There's a satirical novel by the name Wagahai Neko de Aru, aka I Am the Cat. Interesting. Huh. Okay. That's cute. I love the little references that you can find here and there for like names in this series. Mr. Sholmes, can I ask you for your opinion about this? You lure me to raise my languid head with the promise of some mental exhalation. Yet in my morbid depression, I am confronted with the most mundane of problems. Oh. My mind finds greater stimulation in the unforgiving monotony of the floor than your miserable offering. Always glad to help. Oh, my head weighs heavy on my shoulders. Oh man, hopefully we can cheer you up. So... You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin swung like the dawn chorus. Its mellowsonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I have bowed, for days even, though through the night I have endeavored to no avail. Sounding like honey. Ooh. Okay. I take it I mispronounced it, but that is a nice word. Though the nights I have endeavored to no avail, that sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever, no more recitals of unbridled emotion.
Well, we haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? I feel that. Dedication perhaps? Isn't that what you were known for? Pronunciation was fine, just figured you might not have recognized it fair. If you see melly, it's the prefix for honey-like. For example, mellifluous is flowing like honey. Oh, interesting. So that could be like a fun little name for a bee character, is having Melly in there, or just having the name be Melly. That'd be cute.
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Thank you for the hydrate.
Oh, well done, Miss Susato. Your observation skills do you credit.
Yeah, stay healthy.
Yeah, because I usually forget to hydrate if nobody redeems it. There have been streams where it's just like, I filled up my water bottle and I haven't taken a single sip.
Oh no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into insignificance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? Oh gosh! Wow, psych! No! Psych, no! I'm just... Okay, I've done all your hydrate psych. I do this the same when I'm invested in and I'm playing and I wind up a husk at the end of the stream, right? I usually, like, I feel like I mostly notice it through, like, art streams sometimes, but yeah, just absolutely just like, why is my mouth so dry? I checked back in all in here, so I haven't taken a single sip. No, I was talking about, like other times. But thank you for making sure that I was sufficiently hydrated.
You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windibanks now.
Sorry, it's at a windy bank?
No, Windibanks, the pawnbrokery.
Pawn what? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you.
Dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite extraordinary here in London, I assure you.
It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all.
It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbrokering works.
What's to understand exactly?
Teach us your ways of pawnbrokering. What do you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbrokering works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Banks?
Oh, so you're just storing it? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. They give you money and they hold the important item in case you don't pay the money back.
Huh. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. That has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London.
Shums is going through some stuff. It looks like, oh yeah, he is going through it. He's definitely like, From what he was talking about with his violin, he's definitely suffering some kind of like burnout. And so because of this burnout, he's going through depression. And it's just like, man, it'd be too real. Back then they probably wouldn't even have any interest to pay back. They would just make money on the people who didn't pay the money back. Fair, yeah, that would make sense. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise. And now we're just learning about pawnbrokeries.
Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windibanks, you see.
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault.
Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Do you know Coffee God?
I don't think I recognize the name, but I will look at cute art if you wish to show it. Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? You sended it? Okay, I will look while Sholmes is
feeling depressed.
cute. A cute little bat. It is a cute little bat. If anybody wants to see, I'm sure Psych can link in the chat because it's very cute, cute little bat.
What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. It'd be like that. So I'm assuming. Oh yeah, let's talk to you.
Waga hi.
Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled in on his new home then.
Oh yes, and I've become very attached to the little Waggy.
It's so cute. It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews are empty as the hearts of the muses.
That's rude. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience.
And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
Anytime I see cute art, I always think of stuff because I feel like the artists appreciate art most true. Yes, he really is. Oh yes. What about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed. You are observant, Rudo. Look, I used this. This is my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flap-o-mat.
Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats?
That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it could do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Gotta step out for now. It'll definitely be back. Glad we ran up here today. Love your personality. Thank you.
Majima's glad too. But yeah, thank you for the follow earlier. I will be excited to see you again. Have a good rest of your day.
I love Majima too. I love Majima a very normal amount. I assure you. Wouldn't it be quicker to just make a cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful.
You must make one for us in the door to our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl.
I hope.
Oh,
meow! Oh, what was that? Wagahai?
Oh no! Oh no, Wagahai! What was that?
Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin!
I think he thinks it's a toy! No, what is he doing to it? Oh no! Poor BB! Oh dear, Mr. Shum's precious violin. Why should I care?
What?
I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. Oh, poor Shums. Mr. Shums really is in poor spirits, isn't he?
Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Oh no. Okay, not a question thing.
I hope my elf and I can play some more Yakuza 3, because I think we're close to the end of it.
So this is the violin, is it? Oh no, one of the strings. It's a Stradivarius. One of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari.
Hmm.
Oh, did you... My what? My elf said that we could? I hope so, because we just went into the last chapter, so but I do want to do some sub stories, but also I want to go into 4. Cause I'm not gonna give any spoilers, psych, for you, but you might have mixed emotions with 3. You're gonna have a time. It'll be fine. It'll be perfectly fine when you get to 3. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I still can't believe you made me buy Yakuza 3, 4, 5, and 6 without even having played them yourself. Well, because it was a good deal. It was a good deal. You got each game for $5. That's a great deal. There's a Stradivarius violin that's... Oh boy! Oh boy! That's expensive. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. It's like, to be fair, I think I had you buy the series before I was even done with 2. I was just like, I've played 2.5 games. This is a great series. But they're great. They're great. This is an outrage. It was a good deal. You can't. What? I'm not wrong. Why are you booing me? I'm right. It was the first time I'd ever seen it at that good of a deal. I got you a great deal. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. Until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No. There is none. How could you even hyperfixate on something so quickly? You know, I don't know. Because, okay, so it's not a thing of like, because I took time. I took time with them. I went through and I was like, I'm gonna do all of the sub-stories. I'm not doing that with 3 for reasons. Possibly. I'm doing a whole bunch of them, but the thing is, 3 doesn't tell you this, but there's a moment that if you don't do some of the sub-stories, like, in the moment, they will be gone for you. You will never be able to do them again. So there are 3 sub-stories that I cannot do, even if I wanted to, without having, like... Actually, no, I saved over the save, so I cannot do those 3, because it wasn't clear to me that I was supposed to do them right then and there. But yes, I had started the Yakuza series before I debuted.
Mr. Sholmes?
What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
Hmm? What do you mean, Miss Susato?
Oh, Susie's right. Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. There was no crack here before.
Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this?
I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Is it like a viola? Then what?
I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola.
What?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right?
Hi, Majima. You're right, you are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then?
Ah, I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us what exactly has happened if we ask her. Oh, so they probably brought it to the pawnbrokery and they just gave them the wrong one. But yeah, like, psych. Before debut, I was in the previous house when I started the Yakuza series, which I don't think I've talked about too much, but I don't know. That part's not important. I was in the secret boss of one before I debuted. Dude, I just unmuted you. You would immediately go. Perfect. But yeah, it wasn't a thing if I hyperfixated after like a year. Do other things. I know you're playing. I think you're probably done with Apex. You're probably playing Marvel Snap right now, aren't you? I see you. I'm in your walls. Anyway, let's continue with this. Listening as much as I can, but you just said that you had me muted. What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this violin, this viola, I mean...
As much as I can. Which is 0!
Was at Windbanks until last week.
At the pawnbrokers? Not Mr. Shom's beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel.
Ah, indeed.
So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in hopes that it would experience personal growth?
Oh, what a wonderful idea.
Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument, but it would appear Mr. Windbark mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw, a fine state of affairs, that is. And why, I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker, they will try to fiddle you every time. What do you mean I'm being clingy? Okay, please let me know when you come back.
But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault.
Well, I lied. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. I'm sorry? Crunching your toast with a vacant aspect, freshing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency at which we are faced?
Must visit with Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Miss Susato, without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an exceedingly vacant aspect, to press your eggs ever so obtusely. All right, say no more. Let's go then.
Don't worry, Dudano. I'll be happy to heat it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker looks like.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, we got 2. Baker Street and then, Yeah, let's take a little detour here. Or not. There was no reason for us to do that. What's over here? Oh, they're like literally right there.
Look at all the different things in the window of the shop. Ah, that's Windybanks. The pawnbrokery. It looks much smarter than a pawnbroker's in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. So I guess it wasn't all for naught. Gave us that little interaction. I'm just looking at all this stuff in the background. Okay. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my! There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Susato-san, that spark of wonder in your eyes, you can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly, Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the sparks of fury in his eyes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windibank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. Let me look around your shop real quick. I was about to be like, there's nothing to look at? What are you doing, my dear fellows? We are not here to browse for interesting curios. We have come to teach this broker a lesson. Oh, but there are just so many fascinating items. Looks as though we'll have to talk to Mr. Windibank first before we can explore in here, Miss Susato. That makes sense. Okay, we'll converse. Wait, no, before we do that, I am a lawyer. You gotta tell me the truth, Mr. Windibank, about this. Let me see. I'll give you a tuppence for it. No, I don't want to pawn it. Okay. Kind of sad that was just like generic dialogue for showing him something. Naturally, you will recall this, which I have retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windibank. The color of the wood is different, it has holes in it, it's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me, this inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends. Oh! I shall have to take my own life. Sholmes, say something. I don't think that will be necessary, do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Yes? It was you, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon yourself to remove an item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here it is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No. Stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. Phew. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windibank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose.
You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past.
Oh, peculiar items?
In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of the eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes for some such.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? An unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean?
Oh God, forgive me!
Wait, before you die,
You must tell me more! Susato! Tell us about this first. I wonder, can I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha! But your splendid attire, ma'am. 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, I must say.
Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting.
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of the customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them proportionate loan and 2 months of secure stowage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, okay, so there is interest, their items are happily returned.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed, then?
Did this happen after the 2-month period? I'm almost positive that's going to be the case. That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense for me is to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually, says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windybank has installed here in the shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? That was a deep... What was that deep sigh about? Oh no. Okay, well, look at the story first.
I must know more. Tell me everything.
Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought it in an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more. It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes. That's really rude to Iris, dude. I beg your pardon, a manuscript. You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed, I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings, securely. Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life. This is all very strange. Please put that away. Tell us about the recorder. What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling. I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. I'm trying to see where it is in the background, but I don't know. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film, and every 30 minutes precisely the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. The dog picture. Yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image, even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary.
Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look.
So, you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be similarly exposed.
But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madam.
Then what if the incident were to occur in between those times?
One could only say. That would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess, your devices have been giving me some cause for distress as of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Winterbank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of film will break me before I am very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on the age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Okay. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Winterbank. What if this is also the wrong one? Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry? I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not really what I meant. Good day to you, then, Mr. Winterbank. It's been a pleasure, as always, Mr. Sholmes. Can you please put that away?
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last.
Fair enough. Okay, so let's see where we want to look. There we go.
What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks, watches, almost anything you care to imagine.
These are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker.
What does that really mean, though?
When you pawn or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for the agreed period of time after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at the price of his choosing.
Oh, yes, now that you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything.
Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period for safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit. It's like, why does he want me to pawn off my clothes? That's so weird.
Look at this! Whatever could it be used for?
I have no idea.
Ah! There's a small catch just here, look.
We're going to open it, aren't we?
Oh my, that's amazing! It's some sort of spring-loaded mechanism.
Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Nope, not me. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something similar to this somewhere. So it's a... binoculars?
Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does?
It seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereoscope? Fascinating.
It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me for a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. What? Alright then, I'm going to try it. Mr. Nanahodo, you must see at once. Alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, I'm like trying really hard to have it happen. Let me see, maybe if I have it in the preview. Oh yeah, don't you look at that? Huh. What the? I don't believe it. It's a 3D image. Oh, okay, so that's a stereoscopic camera. I was thinking it was binoculars. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They're often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh. Man just shot us down. Just like, I want to know what this is. I'm not clingy. But welcome back. That's not a calendar you can easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date. What if it was today's date? Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. Would your elf agree? I don't know, my elf is pretty clingy, I will say. I will say they are. Especially because they gotta go to bed before I do. They gotta go to bed really early because they work really early. And sometimes I'm like in the middle of doing something and they're like, can you come to bed? I want to snuggle. And I'm like, okay. Good clingy or bad clingy? Cute clingy. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Winterback. Sholmes! Wait! And who was it who walked out here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep an eye out on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Well, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Man, I want... Majima! I'm like trying to get my neck to pop, and it won't do it. Okay. Anyway, I guess that's enough of a big stretchy. Okay. Oh yes, I can see that you're very dedicated at your job. Let's see, what else can we look in here? Oh, that thing. Look at this! What could this lovely big shiny box be? Can you do the thing where you clasp your hands together, twist it, and bring it to your chest? What? Oh, how twisted? Like, just, are my palms... Maybe? I don't know if I'm doing it right. You guys can't see, but maybe? Like... No, I'm not gonna turn on the webcam. Like, so how twisted do my hands need to be? I think I'm doing it right. Oh gosh, if I do it the other way, it's kind of hard, but this isn't important. Wait, that, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country. Oh, here we go. Okay. Here we go. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Oh, isn't there... Wait, is that the thing for the... Is that the booba thingy that you were testing me on? I know there's like one thing that it's like... Okay, it's not... Okay. I know there's like one thing that I remember seeing before, and it's like, this is a test to see if you have big booba or small booba or whatever. Is the elbows touching? Well, like... You can... I don't see like how you wouldn't be able to do that is the thing. People with big... What do you mean? Do I just have long arms? Like I don't see how having... They literally can't do it. Well... If they're like supposed to have it like close to their torso, sure, but like you can just lift your arms. I don't get it. Okay, you're supposed to... What the... But nobody brings that up. It's just like try to touch your elbows together in front of you, and it's just like you could just do that. You could just have it like in a heckin' like 90-degree angle. It's fine. It's a given. Everyone knows you're the only one.
Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Ah, what sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like that before in my life. This particular specimen is of a large variety commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes are played and recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played.
So this is the Pokemon Arceus of Ace Attorney games, huh? Technically, yeah. That are like... Or how I called it last week, like Pokemon Ishin. for Yakuza Ishin.
My goodness, what a simply delightful machine.
Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course.
How's the popcorn? It's good. Ah, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace.
What? Well, only tuppence for it. That ain't fair, and you know it. The oracle is barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more. Is it flavored?
Yeah, white cheddar.
Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter.
Come on, it can't be right. Have you ever had proper butchers at it?
I've seen all I need to see, young girl. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her.
Oh, yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilded's trial 2 months ago.
Coca-Cola brand popcorn is terrible. Do not recommend. I haven't seen it while shopping, so, but I always get my go-to, my little smart food popcorn. Just because it tastes good. I liked I think I first tried like the movie butter flavor, but then like they changed the formula and it didn't taste as buttery. It was sad. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord.
She's a chancer.
Earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses.
What's commonly called a pickpocket.
I like how we don't remember any of her dialogue. It's just we remember she shot at us.
Gordon Bennett, you lot!
Yes, Miss Lestrade, I hope you've been well.
Well, you remember me then, do ya?
Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure.
So, what are you doing in here? Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come to pop that black weasel. Sorry, coat, have you?
What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day. Unless I've much mistaken, you would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, or Mr. Holmes.
So, you have something of a value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windbank on your behalf.
Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for you.
As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing that he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc?
And you, go on. Leave me alone.
Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Susato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to.
Whatever.
How old is she? I don't know. I don't remember if they established it. I think she's like a teenager, possibly. Like a young teen. That's what I would assume. But I'm not sure. Somehow I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I am, alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. Is that a problem, is it?
No, not at all. It's just that, well...
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it in the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your shabby taste.
Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines.
You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Alright then. I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people?
Well, I don't know how best to answer that, really. Suppose. Sometimes.
What year are we in? I don't remember if it established like an actual year, but it's late 1800s is all I remember.
You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade? But not this time, alright? I swear. That thing belongs to me.
The disc that Mr. Windbark is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about this. No, England. Let's see. Let's go over to you. What's on the disc? What kind of disc is it? Mr. Windbark, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? You're sad?
Why are you sad?
I've seen hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface, or it seems to have a bunch of tiny little bumps on its surface. Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box. In a music box? Looked up the history of the age. Oh no. Oh no, is it bad? Oh, it's probably low because life expectancy was pretty low.
What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern Law ain't too savvy, eh?
I know what a music box is. I've just never seen one of those discs before. The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on the disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. In the United States, the first instance of establishment. Oh. Well, at least it's higher now. Oof. With how low life expectancy was, I'm not surprised, but that's still ugh. Delaware is illegal now. But oof. But yeah, I'm glad we're in a better time at least, right? There's so many different types of music box you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a pack of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well...
He? Who?
Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. This disc's worth good money. I know it is.
Well, then you'll just have to try your luck at another pawnbroker, won't you?
Ugh.
So about her. She's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. I see. And brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me.
So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry? What do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
A storage ticket?
So... Miss Lestrade was actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that it?
Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing.
Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article?
Do tell us, Mr. Windbank.
40 years. It took 40 years in 1920 of small adjustments to eventually reach 18 years old for 26 states and 16 years old for... Oh my gosh. At least in the 20s. That makes sense. Okay, gotta stop reading before I get mad. Yeah, I feel like you're treading like a rope of just something that you might not want to see after too long.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windbank.
Sometimes it's fun to be mad. I mean, I guess I don't like it personally. I don't like being mad as much as I can avoid it. The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am. It's the overcoat that she redeemed.
Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
I mean, there's clips of me being mad and angry. You know, I just look for one of the Sonic clips. There's one of the last stages I got so mad that I went, wait, no. You know, it's somewhere for, I think, Sonic Adventure 1, I think. I'm not gonna find the link for it, it's somewhere. Sometimes. It's not that far, but I did have to go and reach for it.
So what about the disc then? How does that come into all this?
Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn if the girl and I can agree on a price. Long arms. Ah yes, because of the elbow thing. I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat which you returned to her care as I had understood it. That's right. Yes, and rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean...
What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at a lady? Oh, I see. It came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it.
For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think.
Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. It doesn't really appear to be your size. Me old man, it's me old man's, isn't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? So in 1880, when the US first established the age of consent, the UK also established the age of consent at the same time. They started at 16. Huh. Suspiciously looking at the US. So, what? Just like, hey, America, what were you doing? My honest reaction to this information. Fatima! This is really definitely all rather suspicious. Out of my way, please. Oh no, another version. Psych, do we have the same thought process on this person kind of looks like a JoJo person? Or is he missing certain elements? I forgot to put the live thing on my Twitter. Why did Twitter have to break the heckin' integration? Thinking of the hat. Is it just the hat and not like all the other stripes on him? Shoulders aren't wide enough? Fair enough. Well, it's like the hat and also like the under eyelashes. Isn't that a thing for some of the design? I don't know. I guess our last defendant kind of looked a little bit more like it. Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Thought you were going to say it's me with all wearing all white. Well, no, because then the purple would have to be orange. Yeah, it needs super wide and square. Slight JoJo vibe though. Okay, very slight. JoJo light. Dollar store JoJo. Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. Oh no, he's gonna shut the place down? And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. What? Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. The image you sent? Okay, I will look. Oh. Yeah, a little bit. I guess it would be the hat, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know if I had like a specific person in mind. Maybe it was like a combination of various JoJos I've seen. I only have a very surface level understanding of JoJo. If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Don't you have what's known as meme level? I suppose. Well, I mean, I know there's a stand called Oingo and Boingo, I think. I think it's two of them, right? I know there's at least Oingo Boingo and then Killer Queen. I know Dio's a vampire. There's a dog that also has a stand, I guess. Okay, I guess I do have just meme level. You know the funny parts? Okay. Surface level comes from watching part 1 and 2. Oh, okay. Okay. Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? I haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. Or you haven't. What? You mean like, from you? Broker. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pickpocket has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes,
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Oh my! Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
I don't think it's your size, sir. Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say, any music discs, too.
No, you can't have it. You just can't.
Wastrel?
It's me old man's, or it was. Now it's mine.
Goodness, Mr. Nalahoda.
This is a very awkward situation.
Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. I mean, obviously she's innocent, otherwise this wouldn't be the case we need to solve, right? Okay.
Miss Lestrade, is what this gentleman is saying... What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, it ain't that. I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here before just now.
No, I swear to God.
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street, minding my own business, when this little gutterling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again. Oh yes, as you can see, I'm a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these back slum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I should have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. You think I'm the dodgy one?
I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. I like how in the same breath, almost like seconds between each other, Mal is JoJo and Psyche is just like, yeah, this is no JoJo character. He would never do that.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's the evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it.
Oh, I have evidence, naturally.
You what?
What's the evidence? Can you at least tell us your name, sir? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman.
Of course! We need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth.
Oh, that's true. We'll need to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Oh!
Wait, is it not... disposited? I never ask customers' names. It's a strict policy of mine. That's not very good business practice.
No, I said deposited.
But why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. Yeah, that makes sense. A great many of them prefer to maintain anonymity. Oh, I see. Well, maybe the coat has an engraving of the name. But then, how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. I don't. Good sir. Might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course, it's... Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword? Interesting. Passwords that actually work. I mean... I don't know. Well, I was still thinking and accidentally pressed the button. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank. As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Shums now, was it?
Great detectives have no dark secrets. None at all. Not a single secret.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. Except, especially Battler. No secrets. Not at all. Nothing. And of course, when I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. So that means that she also knew the watchword. Like, I don't think it would be on the ticket, would it? That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as the requisite fee is paid. And I've supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt. The article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on the 15th of February. I think she would have said something if she knew, right? Like the thing is, they have to give the watchword to get the article back. So she has the article on her, so she would have to know the word, right? With the watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. It could just be that she was outside and she's so loud that he could have heard. But she didn't know it. But she has the item. But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt. But no, she got it from the wind banker guy. She turned it in. She turned in the ticket and got the item. See, she needs the watchword to be able to get handed the item, as what he said. So, like, let me see. It was when someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article. Yes, that's right. So she would have had to know the watchword. He only checks the watchword if he's uncertain. But it said it. It said it right there. It said it right there. Okay, let me see.
Hi, Majima.
Picture postcard gentleman. What is your name? Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry. Yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. What? Hello? Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown colored soup dressed up in exotic What? What? Sir, are you okay? You might be thinking of somewhere else, and what was that theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. I mean, this is certainly a JoJo pose, right?
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
He got the flair for dramatics, absolutely. I see. I will not give you my name. My name is Benedict. Yes, Egbert Benedict. Okay. He's a homestuck. He's a JoJo and a homestuck. Oh no. Enchante. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. My overcoat. Return it at once, to someone with the style to carry it off.
Every move he makes, every breath he takes. I can't stand watching him. I'll be watching you.
Yeah, it doesn't match your hat, sir. Why these men JoJo posing, right? So let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egbert Benedict, sir. Why are you dancing? With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. Enchanté? Is that what he said?
This is why I hate grown-ups. Just cause I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a lawyer.
And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. He just bites into it. Just this one. Pardon, sir. I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. See, he's so suspicious! Another disc? Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited to me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutterling, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you?
Who says that? I don't know nothing about it.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute, that disc is mine.
What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal.
Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc.
It probably was already there. It's because of those sharp little bumps. That man must have scratched his finger on them, but he's wearing gloves.
I found it first, alright? I mean, I belong to me old man. So you're not having it. Oi, you take it.
Me?
If I ain't onto it, then have it off me again. So you keep all of it.
Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? The music box disc has been entered into the court record. The piece of music, which remains unidentified, is stored on the disc by means of small protrusions. Okay. I want the double twist of her actually having sold the thing. Maybe. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please.
No, don't! He's lying! Grown-ups are all liars.
What do I do? How am I going to resolve this? Just leaves? My disc now. The fact that it let me do that. Let me see. Do we have a thing that'll play it? Can we play it on this gramophone? No, of course not. Okay. Y'all got a music player in here? Aw, man. Just imagine we run up to Iris. It's just like, hey, can you make a music box player thing like really fast? I need it for reasons. We just hide in our room. Look at this cool music box disc that we stole. Oh, those are really sharp. My goodness. Oh. Gilded.
Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc, look. And a scribbled word or two. It looks like somebody's name.
For McGilded? McGilded? It couldn't be.
But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live.
But why? Why is his name on this? Interesting. Okay, so that'll be something. Okay, I guess we should go back. Is anything happening on the street outside? Okay, the guy that died from the omnibus, yeah. Okay, let's actually go back, I suppose. Chiengi. Wow, Miss Lestrade is really looking daggers at the mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attacks him again. So, well, we can't present. Mr. Windbank is clearly at a loss here. We have to do something about this before he reaches out for that revolver of his. Look at those piercing eyes. He's clearly in no mood to talk. We have to do something quickly before this mysterious gentleman leaves to fetch the police or something. I mean, this will play it, right? Look at Mr. Windbank watching diligently over his shop. There's still so many things I'm curious about, but somehow I don't really feel like this is the right time to be browsing. Calming this fraught situation must be our first priority, and I'm clearly certain that we can find just the great thing we need among the articles here in the shop. Okay, so this isn't the music player. Hey, Shums, can you help us out? Still can't believe, right? Right, I mean... yeah, the fact that it was so low in the Americas and, like... It was still kind of low in the UK, but at least not as low as the US. It's such a long time in human history, right? Ugh. Mr. Shums, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. I want to have some caramel. Oh no, are you sad again? So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows, cruelly ostracized at the lack of your partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place, whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I simply feel awful for you. It would seem that my inferences are correct. Oh. I mean, it could be. It could be something. Who knows? Because back in the past, there was probably not enough information to really, like, really prove one way or the other. Sholmes, my man, you need some help. Well, he's coming back from being in despair over being burnt out. So it happens. He's getting back in the swing of things. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved this entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration, but who knows if this will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Listen to it. Commoditized is into... yeah, that makes sense. Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Where the blue blazes have you been, eh?
Pardon?
When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Straight away, not an hour later.
Harsh. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Egbert Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? Commodity, raw material, or primary agricultural. Okay. Okay, I get it. The first is this. The true reason for your visit in this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you would orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. I want an egg. Learning new words. Okay, let me put you in some water and hard boil you real quick. Just it would seem that once again Mr. Shums has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. It is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. We're gonna do one of the marvelous deductions. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes logic and reasoning spectacular. To that? Jazz method of saying today. My goodness. Mystery man's aim. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had a redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. Ooh! As revealed by which you have hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you here in the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer.
I can't believe
It's true. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that that a man of your appearance has no need for such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. AG. That's not your name. The cane which you unwittingly clutch to your person exhibits an uncontrollable contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years! The contradiction of which speaks is, of course, the missing ferrule. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. How convenient that the Jobo moves to reveal each new piece of information, right? Yet a detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. Something ripped. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. Sholmes. Sholmes. He's the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive is coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. You had to dig up the gold and the bodies. You're going to dig up the bodies and then sell them. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime.
Hey guys, 2 quick questions. Number 1.
No, Callie, it's fine. No, it's fine. He's a genius. He's a genius. He's solved everything, and now he's gonna use his not. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue.
Majima, hello. No.
We must expose the details for this elaborate crime you have in planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Why are you dancing? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Say for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. He's trying to be a Jojo. What do you think Majima would do first if he was shrunk down to the size of a doll? He'd probably be like, what the Nandate. Otherwise, I can't think of anything past that other than him asking, like, what the absolute is happening. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Is his new size to surprise key to you? Maybe. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. I'm so excited for August because I get my Majima plushie. I get so many plushies in August, I'm so excited. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter with which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice to public works to be carried out in the local area. Maybe someday. Cause I need to, like, I don't know. Cause I know there's methods of, like, drop ship to, like, fund something like that, but, like, I don't know with having dropship be like a middle person, like how the method of having it look good works. Because I've seen from a lot of people doing stuff for like menus, they have to like do a lot of back and forth. Like usually the first go through is like never correct. So I wonder like if Makeship actually allows for that. I would hope so. Needs to have a giant tail, be as big as the body. Absolutely. Cause yeah, I don't know what style of, I don't know what I would want it to look like though. Cause I've seen a few people have their plushies be like very Fumo. I think it's Fumo. The little like Toho plushies. I see a lot of that are like inspired by that. And while I would like that, I feel like it'd be a little rude to be like copying that artist's style. Cause I think Fumos are made like from a specific artist. So I would feel wrong about that, but I do like how they look with sitting, so I don't know. Pull up your plush. Oh gosh, I don't even know where I have it saved. I have it somewhere. Please wait for us. Looks through a bunch of I thought it would be somewhere here. I I apparently don't have it in my downloads. Is my Kirby in prison? Oh right, you're probably hard boiled now. Let me just shake your shell off and just I don't know where you are. Do I have you in here? No. I don't know where you are. There you are. I almost gave up and then I scrolled down and I found you. Okay. There we go. You have been found. Yahaha! This letter gives notice to public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan on the upcoming sewage works, beneath the shop runs a sewer that adjourns another one, and that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway. That flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us, at last, to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Boom, 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 boom. Also, in looking for this plushie, I found another plushie, so I'm gonna see about grabbing that one. I just forgot what the title of the file name was. Where was it? Wasn't that far back here. I thought, at least. There it is. Okay. Okay, it should be this one here. There we go. Little, oh gosh. Let me move. It's like there, and then Mal is there. There we go. There we go. Okay. You did a really good job reading. So, well, thank you. I a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Rigging is very tough. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault in the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. Postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition is soon to be underway, as the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank. The special reserve funds of the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. What? Okay. This is what you did. This is secret information. No telling anybody. Thanks, Brooker, for helping us with the lights, right? Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this pawnbrokering puzzle. He tries his best. Mr. Sholmes. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for the detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Is it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence.
But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal. It doesn't matter if he's right because he has no proof. Right. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed a secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here after all. Oh my life, I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure when someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Do as I say, not as I do, yes. Please do not use this information against me. I am merely proving that I am right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to the great deduction again, and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, so... massage the assistant. You egg. Okay, first of all, we must ask ourselves what business... claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand, yes. What brought you into the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer, totally not the heckin' staff. So by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he can dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the street, or the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is, where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? The hat. Oh, hello? Oh, look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness! There's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline, 15th of April, which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of the piece of paper? Info about Lestrade. Okay, so now we can present that.
Take that!
Seems reasonable if he got pickpocketed to make sure to remember. I mean... I don't know. See, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline for the overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And as you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuits of Miss Lestrade, In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane which you unwittingly clutch to your person exhibits an incontrollable contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule. Thank God the broker installed those clip-ons, right? What's a ferrule?
It's a metal cap commonly found at the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement?
Yes, exactly. And Mr. Shulms is right. It appears to be missing on this cane.
But it doesn't actually look broken, does it?
No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Shulms identified the cane as suspicious.
In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we didn't know. His hat. The initialing, probably. Look here, Miss Susato. There's some letters on the handle.
Ah, yes. Those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right.
And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh. AG. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? Homestuck.
Take that!
Just the fact that it, like, highlighted that spot specifically and then it's just like, it was the tip of it. The contradiction of which you speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Egbert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in the most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. Incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't... You said before that you'd had that cane for years. But, so don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself up to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. What's ripping? You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you would inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. His pride, right? Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle which you evidently would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. We found your name, it's written on the inside of your underwear. Right? Your pants are ripped and we can see the writing on your underwear. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him.
But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade with a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue.
So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Let's see. Ah, you're tearing it!
Take that!
The split seam which you inevitably would like to conceal is the key to understanding this riddle, you see.
Majima! No, I can't read.
Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. He's a foot taller than you. No.
Yeah.
My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. To abscond! Abscond!
It's you! Ah! Wait! Ah! Question marky! Also, I should have seen this coming. What? Man, it's very rare for me to end up on this side of the screen, my goodness. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime that you have been in planning. What? This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a wheeze to filch away some tawny article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in proper manner using the matchword? What are you gonna do about that? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details? Okay, Psych, how do I say this one? How do I say this one? Nespas. I'm pretty sure it's not pronounced like that. The German guy die. German guy? I don't think we've had a German guy yet. We had the Irishman, he died. The guy from Japan, he sailed back to Japan, so I think he's okay. But yeah, what is this word, Psych? What is this word? The second case one? Oh, the guy with the snake? The Russian? I think he was fine. Yeah. I don't know what happened to the lady, but... Oh, okay.
Huh? N'est-ce pas?
N'est-ce pas? N'est-ce pas? N'est-ce pas? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped for. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned propriety of another. The method is revealed, but the council notice, and nope, it's not that. The direction of deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers, which is a pity because it all sounded rather exciting. Property, not propriety. I don't know, I can't read. We're in the last 20 minutes of the stream. My reading comprehension is leaving me. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? You didn't order foods that I know, because I still had a lot of my rice left. And since I kind of need to I need to save some funds a little bit. Okay. Look at this, Mrs. Sato. Ah, it appears to be a memo for Mr. Windibank has scribbled for himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor! Mr. Windibank must take a note of the watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? So that's what we would present. Yeah. Happy to help with your savings. He writes his computer password on a sticky note on his monitor. Right. The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes are inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whether the customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for a watchword and notes down the response uttered on the notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in the shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside, then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note on of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan! Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all what we need to know, not really. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windibank isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I'd better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Take that! Majima! Wow! Oh man, I was too late. You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that? On the back? It reads, for McGilded. Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances of the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Bailey's not that old. I mean, she's 25. Ah. For some reason, I thought she was our age. So you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature, in fact. He was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict. But in the final conclusion here is crystal clear the reason you came into this pawnbrokery today. Was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Egg Benedict, yeah. To acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Majima! Nope, I can't reach that. Elementary. I don't know why I want it just home. Kind of weird. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Why is Mel sending you the memes?
Kiryu memes. Okay. I was like, where are my Majima memes? Well, today is the 15th of April, so 2 months ago today. Would have been 15th of February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded on my ledger. Don't actually look at the memes, I just pretend. That's mean. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February. It's precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 on the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However, I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? I'm a save. Won't even send me Bird Buffman out there. Will not look at Birdman. You know what? No! No music disc for you, sir. There are some things a man must protect at all cost. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Oh, it! Mr. Windibank, this is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Mr. Windibank, no! Ugh, that's enough. Oh, hey! Inspector Gregson. What? Were you expecting me to get shot, Psych? Inspector. That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines, so we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. It would seem you have the upper hand. Shaking my head, Psych, not believing in me. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bullied with some petty odgy-bodgy. Petty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met it with his end. Yeah, by his own gun as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. Majima! Hello! That would have been the only way I could have done it. No matter. It's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. Ah! He's getting away! Go after him, boys! Whistle the beat officer, too! Sir! He really just flash-banged us. There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning. Oh, yes? I'll be taking that whatever it is off of McKildred's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. We did our best. And so, we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to the Inspector Gregson, and were similarly turfed out of the shopping onto the street. Oh no, we're in a to be continued. No! We got 10 minutes and we've been to be continued. So sleepy. Oh no. But you got a good amount of rest, I thought you said, Mal. What a great way to end the stream. It's kind of early to end though. But I guess we won't be able to get too much done in the next 10 minutes, all things considered. I'm always sleepy though, fair enough. I don't know, I guess we can just chat for like 10 minutes. If we really want to end here. You don't want to see the next 10 minutes, psych. I suppose. I suppose it'll be fine to go over here. I did save, right? Yeah. Just double checks the saving on the side. Okay. What? Wait! What do you want me to go back, psych? You want me to go back? You want me to go back, psych? I can do it. I can do that right now. I can just be like... I can just be like, whoosh, it's time for game again. What do you want? What do you want? It's like, I don't know what you want. What do you want from me? No. 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 I don't know. I'll do like a... I might do like a quick like... No, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. Looks like you're biting your tongue. What do you mean? But yeah, I feel... So... What? Quick scan. I mean, I do still have that, Oh, where is it? It was like a physical sketch that I did. Is this it? Nope, that's me brainstorming my Higurashi model. I know it's somewhere over here. What is that? That's brainstorming for vehicle. That's me brainstorming a starting screen. That's me with my little snake lady. There we go. It's okay. I'm gonna take a picture of it. It's a little crunchy. Let me just take a little picture. Da boop. And then crop it and then put it on the screen. What are you taking a picture of? Don't worry about it, psych. Oh gosh, no, that's not the crop button. And if you want, psych, I can send it to you just in case for approval. That makes me think it's about me. Can't be about me if it's a physical thing. Totally not. Why did it default to Twitter DMs? Didn't say it isn't? What? Legally, I cannot say that. Let me see. Where are you? But yes, I'm sending it to you to make sure that it's okay to show. Let me see. There we go. Is that okay? If it's not okay, I understand. Waits patiently with my I will take that as a no. It's not okay. Okay, I won't. I'm not drawing spicy stuff of you. Nothing weird is going on in that image. Nothing sus is going on the image. Okay. Okay, if you're not mad, then that means that I can... I have to do this in a really weird way. I'm not drawing spicy stuff of you. I was just brainstorming stuff. I don't know what I was brainstorming, but you know. Let me see. There we go. Just, you know, just a little striped thigh high drawing of Psych. It's fine. What was going through your head? I think I sketched this like shortly after I was like, what if you were wearing some striped thigh highs in the collar or whatever? Like, I don't even remember how many months ago that was. But yeah, just a little guy. Just a little guy. But I don't know. It was... I don't know. Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, what does this look like that? Wait. How does this look like that? Explain it to me. Explain how this looks like that. You are just floating in space with thigh highs. How does it look like that? Wait! It's just you floating! It's just you floating! Guilty. This does not look like that though. You're just floating. You're just... I did technically shorten your dress a little bit for the image, but you know, I drew this at work. Yeah, just floating. You're just floating. You can't have that happen if there's not another person there, Psych. Coming to my house right now. Bang. I just hear like the door slam open and Psych's just like, what? Bringing a hammer? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? My goodness. That didn't even push me anywhere. That's so silly. Well, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Let's see how I'm not. What? Psych, you're not in that position. I know that you're trying to trick me, but you're not in that position. Oh gosh, there's two of me. Okay, thankfully you guys didn't hear me. Anyway, I want to see really quick who is streaming right now. Quite a few people. Commission and Psych, no. Don't commission spicy art of me. I would not like that. That just... I'm just gonna put you over here. Gotta have a second person. No. You're also just floating. Now you are actually just floating. I don't even have a dress. I have shorts. See? You can't tell me that you forgot I have shorts. My goodness. My goodness, my goodness. I mean, like, okay. Was it not good for me to have drawn that, Psych? That's what I was asking earlier. This is what? Nothing bad was happening in that drawing. Nothing bad was happening. It's like, better finish that sketch. I mean, if you want me to, I can. if you approve of it. Oh gosh, I'm trying to like search a specific thing and I accidentally typed it incorrectly. I don't think I'm gonna find the thing that I want. It's too specific. Prove that I'm not getting impressed by completing the drawing. Okay. You know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will get it all done. I'll send you like a clean sketch. Also, speaking of, with your commission, I'm having trouble visualizing a pose for the one that I haven't sent you yet. The what is it? The forging one. For some reason, I'm having trouble with that. Yeah. So that's why I haven't had much stuff. So if you huh? No, the forging one, like the pose for the hammer. The pose is you. Just has it the same pose that you are in your PNG. Just wielding the hammer with your mind. Let me see. I was thinking of looking at who was streaming right now. Let's see. Since we only have a few people, I might raid case unit again. I'm not sure. Oh gosh. Confused? What are you confused about? The pose. Like how... You know, Majima! Wait, where did my Discord go? Where did my Discord go? I didn't close it, right? Did I? There it is. The pose. I did it. I did it. I messaged you. You draw me lewd poses while I work. You can send me a message after stream. It's not lewd. I swear. Okay. Anyway, we should probably raid the person. Yeah, should we? I'm seeing this other person. I don't know. I feel nervous raiding a new person. I did not draw a spicy Majima. Oh gosh, my tracking is all wonky on this model right now. But what do you mean? I did not draw a spicy Majima. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, anyway. I messed up on copying their name. But anyway, I'm gonna get ready to... Can't even say with a straight face because I don't know what you're talking about, Psych. What spicy Majima are you talking about? The only one that I've drawn is like Takehiko and Majima are just looking at each other. They're just sitting. Netto moons, but seems you're already rating something. Well, I can look at them. Because the person that I'm thinking about is... Why did it... Hello? Everything's breaking on me, as per usual. But I will look at them. Let's see. Oh, they got a lot of people though. You want an Ada? Oh, really? Okay. But yeah, we can. Yeah. I might look into them later because they have a lot of viewers and so I'm a little intimidated. They seem very sweet though. I will look into them. But let's see. We will. We technically got a not guilty verdict, but I think we'll do guilty raid and we will raid case unit. But I will look into that. You redeemed too. Anyway, thank you everybody for joining me today. It's been very off the rails, but you know that happens sometimes. It's okay. We're gonna continue tomorrow, and hopefully we get a good chunk of it done. Who knows? Maybe if we stay focused. If we stay focused, then maybe we can actually reach the end of the chapter. But who knows? Who knows? Honestly. If you don't message me today, I'll... Oh. Okay. Challenge accepted. We're not counting the one that I just sent you, right? $100 that you do not have. Well, I also don't have $100. How about if I just keep it at the message you donate? No, we won't do that. Anyway. Again, thank you everybody for joining me. I hope that we get a good chunk of this done in I maybe need to go to bed early tonight. I don't know. But I will see everybody tomorrow or next week, depending. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay. Then make sure that goes through. Then, oh gosh.